Excuse me. Okay. I think that'll be a good place to start. I'm just setting up my palette. Let those pre-rolls hit, and then we'll be good to start. There we go. And like such, we're just cleaning out the brush as well. I think I need to turn down my TV because I think it's picking up in the background. So let me deal with that really quickly too. Yeah, it actually is picking up quite a bit. So I gotta turn that down. That's better. Lurkin, food o'clock. No worries. Welcome in small parts. Hope you're having a great day so far. Hope the food is tasty. I'm just doing a quick brush restoration before I start, because nobody likes working on a gross brush. Let's see if I can't get that to reshape a bit better. Bearded! Hola! Can't even type today. Don't even worry. I can barely type. That's why I talk instead. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. We're going to be working on an OG Treeman, and I don't think this is going to take too long to paint, if I'm being completely honest. Oh, ads just started. Shit. I should have waited a moment here. Oh, well. You might see that it's like, why is he using blue? And it's because I'm just going to smash colors together. So I end up with a nice uneven color across the tree for starting out. So I'm just going to aggressively brown paint and blue paint. You know what? Maybe I'll even take a little bit of that orangey paint here over here. Yeah. Watercolor ratio here. No water. Just smash paint. Wet brush. There is there's enough water to keep it flowing off my brush. But beyond that, I'm using pretty thick paint. I want to establish a really rich undertone. This model's got a lot of really good texture. And I'm really not worried about clogging any of the detail here, because I know the consistency on most of these paints. Smash! Welcome in, Spoon. Hope you're having a great day so far. It's early in the morning for you, but happy Friday, everyone. What's up, Stellits? We are just doing some underpainting. This is not a great sculpt overall. So what I'm gonna try and rely on is some pretty interesting color shifts in the wood. But I'm gonna be like, there's a lot of wet on wet going on right now. It's a great looking model. Hopefully it will be when I'm done with it. It's not my favorite, but doesn't have to be. I'm glad that you like it. And you know what? My client really likes the model too, so that's what matters in the end. Is that it appeals to the people who it's supposed to appeal to. And, you know, if we all liked the same models, Warhammer would be really boring because everybody would play the same army. So, you know, I think it's really important that some of us think things are cool that other ones don't. Like, if we all, it's like, how interesting would Warhammer be if there was only Space Marines? If you could, and not just that, only Ultramarines. Like, it was just Ultramarine. No Warhammer, just Ultramarine. Doesn't 70% already play Ultramarine? Yes, but the joke is that the other 30% of the player base is kind of what makes tournaments fun. Because yeah, you know, like it's yes, you already do get a predominant amount of people that play Ultramarines. That's kind of the point I am making. But at the same time, you do need that variety in what people play. You do need those varieties in kind of what people are choosing for their armies. And even then, it's not like everybody's going to run the same list. But yeah, mostly the point I'm just trying to make there with what I'm saying is that while this might not be my go-to model, that does not mean it is necessarily a bad model. My opinion on what is and isn't a good sculpt is like, it doesn't matter. It's my opinion. You want to see some new models for 20-year-old men? Yeah, I agree on that one. It would be nice to see some of the stuff get some more updates. I'd like to see some of the lesser factions start getting some more love. Like I'd like to see them find a way to bring Felgors in. To like, you know, beyond just in Kill Team. I'd like to see more. Like, I'm glad to see Kroot is kind of getting its love. It's getting some love as its own faction now. Also 15 stream streak. Holy shit, good for you. Congratulations on that. Now what you're going to see is I'm going to take this kind of skin tone and I'm going to blend it on the areas that I'm going to think are going to catch a bit of light. And this is going to kind of brown out those areas. And don't be afraid of just kind of working your colors in together. We are doing wet on wet right now. There's so much color down on this. Like, there's a lot of paint. So you don't have to stress too much. Just pretend you're Bob Ross and just keep moving colors. He's got this big thing down at his chest here. Maybe I'd got to do something. Be very afraid. I am... welcome in, Marquis. I'm glad that we got your orcs into the mail the other day. Yeah, the move was just one of those things where, like, I know I told one of the guys, like, I told Vitae I got his in the mail. But UK addresses are a little bit weird sometimes, and it bounced back to me, so I had to send his again. Thankfully, they didn't charge me for the resend. But when I got the notification that his bounced back, I was like, fuck, I'll just bring everything to the post office right now. Thankfully, it was Canada Post made the issue entering the address, so I wasn't liable. But it made it all the way to the UK before it got sent back saying it wasn't a real address. And honestly, when you're doing wet on wet, there is nothing to be afraid of, man. You really cannot make mistakes. And I'm gonna add just a bit more of my Ready Terra. And then I'm going to blow dry this guy really fast because there's a lot of wet colors down. And we're going to want to dry them off at least a little bit before we come into our next stages. Pains that help me win. I'd sincerely like to thank you, because now I got the world swinging from my nuts. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. Wow. Wow, what? What did I say? Did I say something offensive? Shit. We're gonna start the shoutouts pretty soon, give everybody a chance to show up, but before then, I'm gonna blow dry this. We'll get a lot of that dealt with, and then we can come in, start some of the next techniques. Yeah, there's a lot of wet paint on that. Oi, Mark. Such an offense, much unfollow. I'd probably. And I'm going to keep an eye on chat because literally everything about... Oh no, UK Post was rad. Canada Post made the mistake by inputting the address incorrectly, so it got sent back. Normally UK Post is really good at finding unknown addresses. That's fair. That's fair. I'm just stoked about the fact I didn't have to pay for it. Also, doesn't help that I sent the packages under your guys' usernames, not your real names. So the it's not like you can... The address is going to be fairly important to be accurate. Jace does stay in a backwater area. Yeah, I'll put it to you this way. The one that I sent it to didn't have a house number. It was a land description. It was a land description in rural Scotland, so I gotta give them some credit for the fact that it's like all it takes is a very small typo on our end, and that is really hard to figure out. But that it was like no numbers. It was a land description. So, again, no, I wasn't upset about it. They were really good about it. I want to be very, very clear. I didn't have to pay for the mistake. And the fact that a package that I didn't pay for tracking on managed to still find its way back to me afterwards and everything, like... Because I'm not sure if you guys know this. Mark UK would know this, but getting tracking on a package in Canada, put it to you this way, Marquis, $20 to ship the package, $130 additional to track the package. So you don't have tracking. You get air shipment for $20, but I am not paying $130 to know when your package is showing up. I can bounce the package and lose it 5 times before the tracking has actually made me any money. That's why you didn't get tracking, Mark. Yours was $12 to ship and $90 to track. Anyways, all I'm saying is I wasn't frustrated with it. Canada Post did a good job with it, and it's nice because nothing actually got lost. It was just, you know, just literally an issue with a typo. So again, can't be mad about that. These things happen. I'm going to just hit it with a quick brown contrast paint to see if that can help me grab some of these details, smooth out some of the browns, make sure that there's no areas that I missed, because if you miss any spots on a pewter model, especially if you miss, you know, where the metal shows through afterwards, you done fucked it. So yeah, we don't pay for shipping here. However, the actual shipping in Canada, if you guys don't know, super cheap to ship packages here. We have very, very, very affordable courier mail and very affordable shipping. We just do not have good. It's essentially they have, because it's I don't know how to explain it best. It's government subsidized, so that's why we're able to have it for extremely low costs. But then the flip side of that is they have to make the money back somewhere. So it's kind of like, hey, tracking is where they're going to do it. And it's funny to me because I was explaining to my partner that they have to generate all that information anyways in order to do their jobs. Like it's not like they're just going to throw a package in a black hole hoping it gets there. So it is always kind of funny to me because like every courier and every mail service will have tracking on the package anyways, despite saying they do or they don't, because they do actually need to keep logs of how they're getting things to places. Like you can't just throw it away. So I've always found that kind of amusing because a lot of places, like, you have to pay, like, that paying for tracking is kind of one of the biggest scams of all time because international tracked up to 20 kilograms is about 11 pounds, so 20 Canadian. International tracking in Canada is dependent on the weight of the package. The bigger the package is and the more it weighs, the more it costs to track. Tell me that would be fun. Tell me how that makes sense. Tell me how the larger something is, the more expensive it is to track. Like weight genuinely makes a difference in the tracking. Okay, now I need to go and hit this with the blow dryer again. I'm trying to be really quick with the blow dryer because yesterday I got rated both times I was using the blow dryer, which was really embarrassing. Well, Mark certainly knows how to handle a weighty package. Welcome in, Rat Pope. All right, let's create some organic texture. This is not my favorite model. I mean, it takes 2 people to carry the package, obviously. Each digit of the tracking number adds a couple grams. All right, I gotta start shoutouts here. We got a few people in now. First up, I believe on the list is my boy Spoon Handle. If you guys don't know Spoon, you absolutely should. He is a gem and an all-around positive member of the community. Talented painter, really big into Kill Team, and he wants his $2. He wants his $2. I feel like that one's niche for anybody who's at the stream, but I'm still throwing it in there. $2 cash. The movie is so good. It reminds me of have you seen the movie Thrashin'? Because I swear that movie is just thrashing on snow, or at least that, or thrashing is that movie if it was a skateboard, if they were skateboarding instead. But like, it reminds me. Looks like some of the paint might still be damp. It is. It is. More in the recesses. So I'm not too concerned. It's not going to lift on me or anything because we're just kind of going to we're just going to kind of sketch on this a little bit. Before we start picking out all the textures, because it's supposed to be wood, and organic surfaces tend to be very, well, you'll see as we progress. But yes, the slight bits of wetness is being used to my advantage. So for those of you that don't know what I'm doing here, the reason we're using the slightly damp paint is because it's allowing me to kind of, again, still utilize wet on wet without lifting my layers. However, you need to be very careful when you're doing this. Did I show you the Dark Angels? No, you haven't. And I would absolutely love to see them. I'd love to see the Dark Angels. I know you've been, I saw you mention them in Easy Peasy's chat yesterday. I know you're pretty stoked with how they're turning out. So yes, I would really like to see them. Dark Angels are a tough faction to paint too. Like I don't. What just happened there? Oh, good scorch effect. I really like that. Dark and yeah, honestly, like you've done a really good job with that Spoon, because I find that Dark Angels are a tough faction to get right. Because of how dark their armor often is, people tend to be very afraid of going too bright with them. And I like that you went that one step brighter in your highlights while keeping it the nice deep dark shadows. And then using the way you've got your red contrasting, but mostly it's just like, I like that you've taken the time to let's check that one. Oh, and then it's even darker in the second video. Pump the shadows even further. That's really good. That is honestly, like, I would love to play a game against those, Spoon. There is no question that is a Dark Angel. You look at that from 6 feet away, it looks great. You get right up close to it, it looks great. You've spent a lot of time, like, you've spent some time in that. I like that. Like, you've really just kind of taken your time, and it reminds me, I mean this in the night, it reminds me of a classic, like, Duncan Rhodes paint job. In, like, the best possible way. It reminds me a lot of that, like, you've got really, really nice transitions. You've got really good edge highlights. The slizzards. Salamanders are usually more of a yellowy green, but I really like them. I think that's great. Here, but muted. The lizard men, or sorry, the salamanders, and the other thing you could do, like if you really just wanted to as well, you could always do the sergeant or like the captain in the second or the because Dark Angels have two color schemes, right? So you could always do them in like the pale bone colored armor. Or no, they've got three. They've got the black, the bone, and the green. They're the only chapter I know of that has like so many different armor colors. But yeah, if you wanted something that just like guarantees it is throw in one of the like alternate schemes, because salamanders don't have an alternate scheme to my knowledge. I'm gonna take with my dirty brush here. Just buzzing a little bit more of that blue in to some of these spots. There's so much texture on this model that like it's gonna be impossible to not dry brush this. I mean, it's not going to be impossible, but I'm going to probably use a lot of like just like dry brushing, stippling, over brushing, wet on wet. You know, we're going to go really lazy.
This is why mom doesn't fucking love you.
Hydrate, nerd. I will grab some water in just a second. Welcome in, Jinx. Hope you're having a good Friday so far. Salamanders. Dude, I love salamanders. I had so much fun painting those salamanders. Fun fact, Marquis, you just got me with that twice. I just jumped a second time when it played on my TV as well, because I'm on like a 12-second delay. I keep one of my streams up, or I keep my stream up on the TV so I can kind of double check where I'm at, how things are looking, if things are out of focus, what it looks like for you guys. I mean, the actual faction of the salamanders aren't really my thing, but I really enjoyed painting them. And ooh, something else I need to stall. That was next up. First one in. We also got a shout out for. Was up late last night. Had a paint sesh with JT. Then Pascal was streaming, so I was up till like 3:30. You're up pretty early for somebody who was up till 3:30. I can say confidently as someone in the same time zone. Like, damn, it's pretty early. Finding a way to make both Vulture and Vendetta gunships better. More guns. Making coffee. Did you at least have a good paint sesh though? Like, do you feel you got a lot done during it? Also, I'm going to start making a stockpile list. I don't know if you're still here, if you're just making your coffee right now. Jinx, I'm going to start making a stockpile list of, like, Canadian candy that you can't find. So I'm just going to start showing you, like, types of sour candies to see what I need to bring to Eindhoven with me. Just, do you guys have this one? No? Okay, that's going in the bag. Guns aren't the problem. It's the Vulture's ability and the las cannons and the Vendetta that's challenging. I don't know my... I'm going to be honest. I don't know my Imperial gunships that well, so I don't actually know what I'm talking about. If you said Thunderhawk, that's probably the only one I could identify. Just be happy with some Fuzzy Peaches. I will bring you Fuzzy Peaches. Don't worry. The fact that you guys don't have Fuzzy Peaches just blows my mind. Mostly because they're one of my favorite candies. So I can't imagine living somewhere where I can't have Fuzzy Peaches. There's other kinds of Fuzzy Peaches too. There's three. They come in 3 flavors now. There's peaches, cherries, and grapefruit, and also blue raspberry. Sorry, I just said that out loud. That's 4. That's more. Yeah, but like Fuzzy Peaches, like there's multiple flavors of them. They're not actually called Fuzzy Peaches when they're the other flavors, but believe it or not, the grapefruit ones are surprisingly delicious. Which is not what I ever thought I'd say, but like grapefruit candy, really nice, really good citrus pop. I was gonna say but I like my life supply is these ones. This is the Sour Patch Kids 3-in-1. With Sour Patch Kids, fuzzy watermelon slices, and sour cherry blasters. It's like a variety pack of 3 of my favorite sour candies. Those live in my freezer. Candy. Love candy. Also, so I finished up stream and I ate lunch yesterday, just like I said I would. And then I also remembered to eat dinner. So I ate 2 meals yesterday. So officially I'm healthy again. Officially the embodiment of health. Ate 2 meals yesterday. For the majority of the last 3 hours, building a 10,000 point guard list just for the fun of it. One of my other viewers, Linux, does Apocalypse games on Tabletop Sim. I remember he did a 30,000 point game. No, make it. I'm gonna next this one. The Daglos are great, but not really the best stream music. Ooh, SNFU though. Other different went right from Canadian band to a different Canadian band. Okay, so next up, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a bit of a dark green. I'm gonna put some greens. You should make, okay, 1 second. You're making a 10,000 point guard list. Make it entirely just squads of infantry. Take no tanks and just put out a giant gun line. Just put out 10,000 points worth of actual guardsmen. Make it all tanks. So many dice. I don't know. I like the idea of 10,000 points worth of las guns. And them trying to just like pew pew down knights. I would be all infantry. We would be trying to pew pew down a knight. Okay, let's get the dry brush primed. Step 1 is going to be taking these two colors. So I took the kind of fleshy color we're using and a little bit of the green. And I'm going to just kind of bits the greens in the legs. Why? Because it's supposed to be a tree. The areas closer to the ground will contain probably more moss. So you can actually, again, just as a way to get that kind of interest of color, you can bring some pure greens in, in some of those spots. We're going to start working up some lichen or some, moss coming up the legs. And he keeps it in his binder, his painful reminder. Chai was a rad guy. I miss him. It was always fun running into him at the bar. Hey, they build him 10,000 las guns. Oh, this is not. Is this not for like a tabletop sim game? And he keeps this in his binder, his painful reminder. And he painted her a picture, this painful reminder. Fun fact, this was actually part of Chai Pig coming to terms with his homosexuality. This song was his homeroom teacher was not a woman. If they all shot together, the Lasguns would have. Honestly, though, I just love the idea of 1,000 lasgun shots going out at once. Because that's actually what the guardsmen do. Is it's they just have a lot of guns firing all at once. That tends to be overwhelming fire, not good fire support. They're not preferred munitions or anything. It's just overwhelming fire. I'm gonna grab a tissue really quickly. D3 wounds. Well, here's the thing. On 1,000 dice, my grade 8th teacher, science teacher. That's fair. Grade 9 social studies. Mrs. Sprout. And see what I mean about how this model just takes texture so well. We're starting to work up a really nice, transitions. And you know what? Stelitzer, you're actually right. You slap some color down on this guy, you get him going a bit. He's not a bad looking model. He, in fact, looks a lot better than I gave it credit for originally. So Remember telling stories about college. Okay, yeah, that's also one of those ones too, where like I will admit the teachers that are usually just out of college are, yeah. Personally, I don't know how do I explain. I don't know. There's a maturity thing of people who go from being in school to being in school to working in a school where they don't actually really learn how to interact as outside of a school environment. Um, I say as a guy who fucking struggles to exist outside the internet. But I mean, I've been looking at going back to doing finishing my teaching degree. I'm just not going to finish it for how I originally started it because I don't really have a desire to be a history teacher at this point. Unless it's being able to teach art history, which that I would be willing to teach. But you guys see what I mean about how like this is a pretty easy model to paint. Right now I'm here. Salamander lover. Oh, it's all with love. I don't know, I've been enjoying this a lot lately. Been doing a lot of painting, but I've also been having that moment where I was like, I wonder if I would enjoy this even more if like and I don't know about you guys, but I just had that moment where I was like, I don't know if I'd enjoy streaming even more if I had like if I went back to waiting tables part-time. Like I've been applying for some jobs and things as I mentioned, but I've been trying to think about like what I actually would do, and I miss waiting tables. I miss being able to just make some cash working 2-3 nights a week, get a little bit of social interaction, and then go back to living as my fucking reclusive artist self. And I'm like, I wonder if I have to put up with people if it would make me more appreciative. I haven't flipped a table in a long time. Okay, I'm going to take some Bealtan Green Shade really quickly. I'm going to pull that into some of the areas here to get some greens going on. I'm not afraid. How are you doing, Bolts? I'm doing fucking great, man. Had a great few days. I texted my client, let him know that I'm not going to be able to get the tech priests done because I straight up don't know how to build them. I just had to tell him, I was like, hey, I need you to assemble these before you send them in. So I was like, if you get them built, I have no problem painting them, but just like, I don't have the ability to get these built for you. I'm sorry. But hopefully, I mean, he's usually really understanding about shit. Excuse me. And then grab my Fire Slayer Flesh. It goes over all the areas we didn't paint green. Maybe into them a little bit too in a few of the spots. Who knows? You can let your colors mix. We're going to redarken everything up. And clearly missed gold. You know, it's funny. Despite the fact that I do not like drink anymore, Corona makes the only non-alcoholic beer I drink. The Corona Zeros, like after a hard day of like working out in the yard or doing some gardening or some farming stuffs. Even if you don't drink, like even if you're a non-drinker like me, like the Corona Zeros are still fucking great. It's because even when you don't drink, sometimes having a beer with a lime in it still really nice. So it's kind of funny you mention that because I'm like, you know, I actually like I love a Corona. I don't pay for zeros. That's fair. And you know, I'm not gonna push my way of living on everybody. Alcohol and I don't agree with each other, so I don't consume it because I don't like the person it makes me. But Friday, neighbor going mental with the yeah, exactly. So like I'm one of those people where just like it doesn't agree with me, and I go from being a really nice guy to an absolute fucking dickbag in a matter of a few minutes as soon as you know you get a couple of drinks in me, so I don't drink, right? But that doesn't mean I don't enjoy a beer still. And that's kind of the funny thing, because I never really know how to explain that part to people, because I'm like, you know, like, I can't drink. But, you know, I do still like having a beer. Okay, we're going to throw this guy for a quick dry again, because we've got those nice tones established. We're going to reestablish everything with the dry brush again. So, like, 95% of the rest of humanity, to be honest. Yeah, but I get in fights. It's honestly, it's the fact that I get in fist fights when I drink. That's why I don't. It's I have a really bad habit of picking fights when I drink. I just do that on cognac, however the fuck you spell it. Actually, I think you just gotta swap the G in the end and you've got it. I don't pick fights, not early 20s. And you know what, man? It's kind of funny that you say that too, because there's a very, very good chance that it was just honestly me being in my early 20s and having that like unchecked aggression that a lot of guys in their early 20s have to deal with. That I like again, I think I've talked about this, but I learned how to deal with my aggression through sport, which is why I am so adamant that sport should be a part of young men's lives. That's why I'm such a huge advocate for boxing and combat sports, because the thing that got me to stop getting in fights was boxing. As soon as I started boxing, I didn't want to get in fights anymore. Because I was just like, okay, I'm having fun, I'm doing what I'm doing, I'm getting all these feelings out. And then all of a sudden, it's just what ended up happening is like I didn't feel a desire to drink anymore. and then I didn't feel that aggression really anymore. And so there's a good chance that I maybe I go back to it and fucking I'm fine, but I don't want to take that gamble. It's a good way of putting it is, like there's a very good chance that it was just all the like a lot of external factors, but it's not worth finding out. Because I have just as much fun these days without. I'm going to come back in with the Ready Terra again. We're going to re-dry brush it. You see, we're starting to get really nice woody textures kind of worked in. Some nice separations in colors. Martial arts save me more than one of right? I feel like that's a common sentiment for guys. Is that like for me it was boxing and jiu-jitsu. I did kickboxing when I was younger. But and like my kickboxing's not bad, but predominantly as an adult, I trained in boxing. Most of my sparring hours are in boxing. I'm not a great boxer or anything, but in the region I live in, I'm not bad. I'm just known for being tricky. Because if anybody, again, Bearded Tree, if you've got martial arts background, you'll understand this. Sometimes guys necessarily don't have to have the skill. They just have to have such an awkward build that they end up being really tricky to fight. For me, it comes down to the fact that I'm 6'2" and my boxing weight is 135 pounds. So I'm a 6'2" featherweight with a 78-inch reach. I'm a 6'2" featherweight with a 78-inch reach. I'm also a southpaw and a Philly shell, so it's just like so awkward. Most people aren't used to fighting. So I'm a little bit. He's becoming obsessive with it. He's going to. It's so much fun. Also, Jinx, you should be thankful that because jiu-jitsu guys are notoriously gonna be, or like jiu-jitsu guys are notoriously ripped and have insane cardio. An hour of jiu-jitsu burns like 2,700 calories. Or like you can burn, sorry, not that much. It's about you can burn about 1,000 calories in an hour of jiu-jitsu if you're going hard and rolling. Like the I think it's Muay Thai where you burn closer. Getting ripped, right? It's the best part of it. He's got a new hobby that makes him happy and he gets better looking in the process. Fucking win-win. Or at least maybe just taking better care of himself in the process. So that kind of stuff is always awesome. But yeah, I loved doing jiu-jitsu. I wasn't great at jiu-jitsu. I had a couple advantages in jiu-jitsu, obviously, like my hypermobility. The cauliflower ear is usually a good sign. The other one is cauliflower, what I call cauliflower face or cauliflower knuckle. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Bearded. When you look at the hand and their boxing knuckles are like 3 times the size of their other two. The one where they've got the fucking trying to get the where you can see where just like the middle knuckle is gigantic in comparison to all of those ones. Because that's usually a sign that they punch a lot. The cauliflower ear is a really good sign for a guy being tough. Although if they've got the fucked up hands and all the other signs without the ears, that's a sign that they're not only going to be able to kick your ass, but they're also going to be really hard to hit. There's the one thing I've noticed is there's like a couple of the signs like where they've got like my one buddy, he's got like the collapsed nose, the big knuckles, and like a couple of really big scars on his face if you look closely. But his ears like are good. Like he's really hard to hit. Because he was a basketball player before he did boxing, so his lateral movement is insane. But yeah, I'm a southpaw, so I fight left-handed, as I've mentioned several times on stream, and I use a Philly shell predominantly, which is also not super common. Philly shell typically is just... So I think I've demonstrated this on stream because we got an ad break hitting here. I'm going to take a second. We'll go over the boxing stuff. Lefty and a shell. So I'm hands down, right? I'm here. So I really like the Philly shell because I like to parry catch. Have Jace land, he will beat you in short. Jace is gonna be there. Jace is gonna be there. Him and I are staying at the same hotel. We're all like a couple blocks away from each other. We're on the... My understanding is everyone I've talked to is on the same block. I swap between them. Don't have a dominant stance. Never have. So the thing is, Bearded, if you get into the phone booth with me, obviously my hands are coming up. There is never a reason to keep your hands down when you are in tight engagement distance. Get your hands up, protect your head. Yes, you can still rely on your movement and your rolling, but you need to get your fucking hands up. Hands tight, elbows in, peekaboo. Once you get into the phone booth, I'm a big fan of peekaboo. As peekaboo stance is... the peekaboo stance is really good for being tight. I have no idea how tall Jinx is, so we keep making short jokes, but I'm like, how short is short? Shout out. And actually, I just realized saying that. 5'6". Hey, you're the same height as my wife. Or like around the same height as her. And you're taller than my dad. Believe it or not, Jinx, you are taller than my dad. My biological father's only 5'5". My bio father's only 5'5". My mom's only 5. My biological mother was only 5'7", so it makes absolutely no sense why I'm as tall as I am. Because I am the tallest person in my family on both sides ever. I am the tallest person to have ever existed in my family. It's weird. Milkman? Honestly, I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure I'm a milkman, baby. Because the last time I did a DNA test, it came back inconclusive as to who my father was. Yeah, I'm 194 or 192 centimeters. I can't remember. A little over 190. Yeah, there's a fun fact about Boneless that I might not have needed to share on stream. I tried doing a DNA test once, and it came back inconclusive on who my dad was. But I did not have, it did not initially, it did not come back to a DNA match. There was a guy who used to sell us weed who looked exactly like me, though, and it was an ongoing joke between me and him. Despite the fact I also got confirmed from him it's not a possibility because he didn't meet my mom until I was like fucking 18. I'm the only blonde in my family. Yeah, see, the thing is that my brother was blonde. I think most of my siblings were blondes. And my mom was also a blonde. But my grandpa had dark hair, so that part explains it. And I think my dad has dark hair. I genuinely don't know. Got big troll arms. Like that's the same here, bearded. I'm a the +7 on the ape index. So again, I fully understand that one of like the long arms are exactly why I was tricky. And white hair as a kid. I was a bald baby. And let's drop some eyes in really quickly. We'll do those in like bright green because it's the forest guy, obviously. So he's gonna have green eye. Let's drop in the eyes. Base this one. That's pretty much gonna be it for this because it's just a fucking tree man. Like, as helpless people learn to do it. Drop a bright green eye in. There we go. Some green eyes on them. We can do now. School nurse once asked my mother if I ever got a back. I think we had we don't really have school nurses here. I'm gonna slap some mud textures down by the feetsies. Good on a tree man. You're gonna want to bring this further up the legs than we normally do. Because we're going to have it so he is actually slightly fused with the ground and having the grass climbing up his legs a bit. Oh, we do free dental in schools as well? Dude, that's fucking awesome. We do not have free dental in our schools. Dental is not a part of universal healthcare in Canada. We don't consider teeth to be part of the body. I wish we had universal dental care. That'd be rad. I mean, that's a joke when I say we don't consider them to be part of the body. We absolutely do. It's just that doctors are not allowed to work on anything considered dentistry, and dentistry is not covered under universal healthcare. So that also actually includes orthodontics and TMJ injuries. So if you have a TMJ injury, you have to pay for treatment. You cannot get that treated for free. Other than a jaw wiring, which would be done typically at a hospital by a surgeon. What works about a guard? My job was always, or whenever anybody, like I've had a knife pulled on me a few times. Best self-defense for a knife is running as fast as you can. Because it is definitely not worth getting stabbed. Like 10 out of 10 times, it's unless you're being paid as a security position to deal with those types of threats, 10 out of 10 times, run away. No amount of martial arts training is going to keep me safe in that situation where all it takes is the slightest of, like, when there is such a low margin of error, there's no reason to be in the situation. I mean, if a person's in your house, if you're in a life or death situation, absolutely, I get it. But again, like this is from a guy with a ton of martial arts experience. This is from a guy with a lot of combat sports experience, a guy who boxes, a guy who does all these things for fun. If somebody ever pulls out a weapon, run away. There's nothing wrong with it because it's better to live. It's better to be alive. In fact, you know what the best thing you do if somebody tries to rob you is? Somebody says, "Hand you want to know self-defense when somebody's robbing you for your phone? It's this. Here you go. Take it. Just give it to them." Somebody asks, you're getting robbed. Somebody pulls a knife on you for your wallet. Just give them your fucking wallet. Everything in your wallet is replaceable. You are not. It's true. But if there is a weapon involved, I would rather run first and find out they're faster and have to then still defend myself than end up in a situation that I didn't need to be in. Just my perspective. My perspective is always prioritize the safety of self. And, at the end of the day, we're adults. Most of us don't live places where these are things that are happening constantly. And, I just think that it's important to emphasize that bit, that it's like, there's nothing wrong with just running. When a situation gets dangerous or out of control, there's nothing wrong with fleeing. And there we go. Nice grassy base. Yep, agreed. It is hard to defend yourself with your back to a threat. I also just, don't have much fear around that stuff because I will say I am a very good runner. And I think that anybody who does martial arts should recognize that, training your running and your cardio is just as important. But most of the time when a guy's pulling a knife on you or something like that, in those types of situations, you're not dealing with a trained athlete. You're dealing with a person who's very desperate. That's kind of one of the things to note too, is like in those situations, you're not typically dealing with like a trained athlete. You're dealing with an extremely desperate person. So if you were in good shape and you were taking care of yourself, you should probably be able to outrun them. And there we go. We got that guy drying for the time being, and that finishes off the wood elves. Next up, we move on to, I think, gonna put the mount dude. I hate running. My husband ran a marathon last year. Wild. Marathons are long. That's a really long time to be running for. Like, that's genuinely a really long time to run for. That's like, what is that, 26 miles? I've only done I think 18 miles is my longest. That was a Tough Mudder in Vegas. Yeah, I've done a half marathon and I've done Tough Mudder in Vegas. So yeah, that's fucking crazy. What did I text my guy? What am I painting with these again? I gotta pull up Discord. Doop doop doop. Okay. We're gonna start with Ruddy Terra for the cloaks. I can't believe like running a marathon is such an impressive feat. These days I get out of breath doing like 2 kilometers. I can run for about a mile before I start getting winded. I can do an 8-minute mile. At least I used to be able to. I actually don't know if I could still do an 8-minute mile. I haven't trained it in a while. I do not know if I still have an 8-minute mile. I probably don't, honestly. I'm probably around 12. Back in my day. That's pretty rad. And so we're working on the Manticore Rider right now. 12-minute mile, might as well be walking it. I didn't say I'm very quick right now, Spoon. It's about a jog. What is it? I don't know the one that they do. In Canada, it's expected like our army one is so like ours is based on how many times you can complete it in a set amount of time. So I think you get 20 minutes to get as far as you can. And so there is and I've looked at the rate and I've looked at it like based on age. So like for the last time I was actively running, I could score 100% on most of my military tests. Other than my rifling was not at 100%. My rifling, I would have fucking, I could not pass. Like right now, my rifling test, I would not pass. I mean, I could pass my like safety and everything, but I'm not good with a rifle. I shit aim. But all my fitness testing, I was able to pass. Like the deadlift is only fucking like 185 pounds, and I can deadlift a lot more than 185 pounds. I think they want ideally for the men, they'd like to be able like to max it out though. I think they want to see like 300 for the 1 rep, which again I can hit. Because if it's just 1 rep, I can do about 400. $12 minutes. I went about 3.5 kilometers. And like such, we're just gonna flap that down there. There we go. Oh fuck! Elite requirement is for ours is 3 kilometers flat. Yeah, I was gonna say ours is about that as well. It wasn't hard to hit. Like I was able to hit the elite requirement. And I was able to like when I was in my peak boxing shape, I would have been able to exceed it by a long shot. But I'm not there right now because I'm out of shape. Like I'm not in bad shape, but I'm not running every day. I'm not boxing every day, and I'm definitely not lifting weights every day. I'm lifting weights a few times a week, and I'm going out for walks. But there's a difference between going for walks and lifting weights, and boxing 2 hours a day, running 5K every day, and doing an hour of fucking strength training every day. So like I just and it's for me, it's me man to man. It's like I'm not really boxing anymore these days, so like I'm not worried about getting winded in a fight anymore. So because that's what used to get me on the treadmill is I was always scared of getting winded. Getting winded sucks because then you're getting punched in the face and you can't keep your hands up. this. I grew up in a Nuggy Fest. Agree to disagree is going opposing claims. Called a scholar man's. Excellent. Make sure you didn't miss any spots. Kind of going through. Flick, flick, pick, pick, pick. Yeah, sorry. Popping back. I'm still fairly out of shape. I've never really exercised. Last time I was running was in high school many years ago. But your knees still work. I mean, running isn't the be-all, end-all of fitness. For me, these days, fitness is more associated with physically how I feel. Does my body hurt? Do I have back pain? What my energy levels are like? Used to run a marathon every year. I knew people like that. And like I think it's awesome that people do that. But when I think of fitness for myself, like I'm not really concerned about my weight. I'm not concerned about these things anymore. I'm really just concerned with like still rocking out though. Exactly. For me, it's how I feel. Like, do I feel good in my body? Do I like the way I look? Am I healthy? Do I feel comfortable? Do I have back pain? Do I have energy? Like, what's my energy like? And as long as I'm maintaining those things consciously, the rest doesn't really matter. You know, it's not. It doesn't matter if I'm got a 6-minute mile or if I'm, you know, just it's not too important because if I ever wreck one. I mean, Jinx does have a very large collection of patellas. I'm pretty sure. If I remember correctly, it's the bone you have the most of. 162. Told you. I did remember that one correctly. 162 kneecaps. Little did you know that Jinx was actually just a leg breaker back in the day. Popped them all out herself, crowbar and all. Should have paid back your debts. Rowing is fantastic. Rowing is a really good way as well because rowing engages your leg strength. Or rowing is one of the very few types of cardio that also does strength training. And engage it and does it is also a core exercise. Rowing is highly recommended. Like boxers swear by rowing. In fact, if you are over the age of 35, you're better off rowing and cycling than running. As once you hit 35, the actual impact of running on your knees becomes quite detrimental. And runners notoriously have to get, or like people who run into old age often end up with knee problems due to the constant impact. Although you're not meant to run on your knees. I know you're not meant to run on your knees. You're supposed to run on your feet, but most people don't land correctly on their feet. So when they're running for long distances, you absorb a lot of the shock in your knees. Especially if you carry any excess body fat, right? Like it's science. You said when you run on your knees. Oh, yeah, probably then. No, don't run on your knees. That's not how running happens. We are going to come in now with some wet paint. Going to take a really thinned out Ruddy Terra. Bit of flame orange. Some water. And let's get rusty. This is going to be a bit of a Blanchitsu. A bit more orange. A couple of spots. Live up and down the river, though. That's fair. We got a couple good rivers, but none of them are really deep enough to do, like, rowing in. All right. I'm going to hit this guy with the blow dry really quickly, get him ready for the next stage, because we're doing, again, very wet techniques here. This is kind of a test paint for going into the Chaos Army. Also a tricky spot. Yeah, we got lots of, like, you can row in the ocean area. And the dragon boats are really big here. Get a bit of the nurgly slimy stuff. It's actually coming together really cool. Let's upgrade to a Viking ship. That's coming together really, really fast. It's going to be a very weathering heavy model. And like such. Reestablish that second coat nicely. And honestly, I'm just going to kind of wet on wet blend it in. Go wet blend really quickly. Just establishing that cloak really fast. I did not give myself any favors. Look at Strider Sword. Never really want it. I thought you ordered Strider, or I thought you ordered Aragorn Sword recently. What was the new sword that you just got? For some reason, I thought that was Aragorn's. Wild. Running, wild. Oh, it was... Latest was Boromir's, right. Sorry. Bit of ivory on the brush here. I wonder if I can just keep going wet on wet, right? No worries. I appreciate that. Because honestly, I'm the same way. I can barely keep track of what I'm doing. So I appreciate that we're got a bit of understanding towards that. Just working the paint a little bit. Because we got a lot of wet color down, so we can kind of fuzz some of it together. Here we go. I need to go and, because I've got some metallic flake in my cup, I do need to go and really quickly change out my paint water. And I'm going to dry this guy off too, again, so we can move into that next step. I think I also might need to refill my coffee if I'm being completely honest. Let's give that a second. Okay. Dry that out really fast. Okay, coffee is made, model's dry, back to the table. We get our next ad break. Might take a really quick washroom break, but for now, let's get back into painting. I'm gonna come into a bit of my pure ivory now. Hi, Mimmer. Hi, baby. I'm just gonna take a moment and pet the cat. Yeah. Hey, handsome. Scratchies. Bum pets. Yeah. Happy kitty. Happy, happy kitty kitty. And all right, now I'm going back to painting. That's well, I mean, I'm gonna go back to painting a bit. I'm still probably gonna pet my cat a bunch, but I'm not gonna do it on camera. Gotta be careful, Mimmer, because I have wheels. Okay. And I'm gonna swap brushes. And again, we're just gonna work up a nice ivory cloak. And like such, just working up a nice ivory cloak.
I say like such way too much, and I know that I do, but I cannot seem to work it out of my vocabulary. It is my favorite transition statement.
We got Uber here now? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Bad? Damn. Then that's unfortunate. We don't really, I guess, you know what? I just realized as soon as I said that, I just asked a Danish person their opinion on the gig economy. And your government has taken a stronger stance against the gig economy than literally any other country. And the people of Denmark have taken an extremely strong stance. I mean, Denmark and Norway both took very, very strong stances against the gig economy. So I do realize right after I said that it was one of those things where I was like, Boneless, you know the answer to this question. We're gonna give him a chance to vocalize his opinion, but it was one of those times where right after I said it, I'm like, I know the answer to this.
You guys have some of the best labor protections in the world. You're probably not gonna like Uber very much.
No, but it's one of those ones where I actively know that I was like, you guys have some of the best labor protections and one of the best labor workforces in the world. Of course, you're probably not gonna like Uber, who notoriously is everything you guys are kind of against.
I know this because I looked at immigrating to Denmark
A while back. Unfortunately, you guys do not like people who do not have degrees. Literally, the first thing is like, "What's your degree in?" And it's like, I don't have one." They're like, "Yeah, that's you're already ruled out." It's like, oh, very hard to immigrate there as just as like an artist or just that kind of thing. You guys are very.
I did notice that bit. But I learned a lot about it when I was looking at immigrating there a few years back.
The only country other than Canada I've ever considered living in. That's not true. Norway and Thailand as well. That was something that my stepdad explained to me because he's from Germany. Um, and he was telling me that like in Germany, if you're going to immigrate there too, it's not even just your degree, but they factor your age into it. Because if you have a master's degree, for example, they want to guarantee at least 20 years of work out of you. So like they will want people with master's degrees that are not over the age of 40. It's he was explaining it to me that they're like the age is a big thing, education is a big thing. But I didn't realize because like I mean he's got a master's degree in chemistry, so it was a little bit and he had a wife in Canada, so it was a little bit easier for him. But even then, I mean, I don't he's made comments to me being like, the other thing he mentioned too is he was like, even going somewhere like Denmark, he's like, you're going to experience way more culture shock than I think you're prepared for. You know, he spent quite a bit of time in Denmark when he was younger because his football team also happens to be was a pretty popular one in Denmark. I absolutely will. I absolutely will. But he's a St. Pauli guy. So how's it going, Pascal? Hope you are having an excellent day. We were just working on we're doing a little wet blend, a little blanchitsu, a little bit of stuff that we don't really do very often. For anybody in here that does not know, Mr. Pascal, they want 25-year-olds with 60 years experience. Honestly, that's how most job applications feel these days. Shout out to the master himself, Pascal Roos. He's no, I make the joke that he teaches my teacher, but honestly, he teaches like a bunch of my favorite painters. So, like, Pascal's legit.
Make sure you're following him. Make sure you're giving him the support he deserves.
What do you think? Loads of whiskey tasting? Celebrating your course selling out with a whiskey tasting.
Which one was your favorite? Which one was your favorite?
Got to go out whiskey tasting today? Did you see the sword he sculpted? I did not. No, he did not post it in my. Is it in Pascal's? Is it in your Discord? I don't even actually see where you post your stuff in here, Pascal. No, I have not seen the sword he sculpted, unless it's the. Oh yes, now I do see it. It's the one that he posted at. I think is that one? Oh no, is it the one in your general chat? I'm enjoying a tour of at a distillery with tasting, had dinner with whiskey arrangement, and a night sleepover. Ooh, that sounds like a fantastic way to spend your evening. You know what? I'm just going to be honest. I'm not in a necro mood right now. This morning's stream was the sculpting thing. I was not there because it happened at 3 a.m. for me, so. Your morning stream, I was passed the fuck out for. But, oh yeah, man. I'm a giant baby if I don't get my 8 hours. I kid. I actually, like, it's funny. I try to sleep. I don't actually sleep that well. Um, yeah, I actually don't get 8 hours very often, but I am trying to sleep better. What's a dream for a birthday gift? I can get a screen grab. I would love to see it. I would love to see the sword because Pascal was talking about the sword in chat here yesterday. And it was really like, if anybody wasn't here for it yesterday, again, I wanted to just say, Pascal, I really appreciated you kind of having your nervousness and your like, I don't know what I'm doing, because we all do put you on a bit of a pedestal. And it's really important for us to see that even the people we look up to have those moments of just like, what the fuck? And there's just having those struggle moments. And it was very humanizing. Very humanizing. I appreciated it a lot that you were willing to kind of share the process, at least when we were chatting a bit about how it's like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. It's turning into a really nice ivory cloak. I think I need to hit a quick glaze of the midtone over this. That's what I'm all for. Just want to show that I'm human. Legendary high team, better than thou kind, but still human. Honestly, that's what it's all about. And you know what? You worked your fucking ass off to get where you are, which is why I always have mad respect for what you've done. As I do not believe in talent. Talent doesn't exist. And honestly, talent cannot get you to the upper echelon. Talent will never get you to the upper echelon. Practice will. Practice gets you there. Study gets you there. Hard work gets you there. Talent might get the ball rolling a little faster. But at the end of the day, you cannot hit that upper echelon without practice, without practice, hard work, dedication, and study. This is soft. It's kind of humbling, puzzling at the same time. Talent does exist, exactly. I just don't believe, I don't believe natural talent is what gets people to the top. Everyone all the guys that all the guys I know that have succeeded at things were the guys who had to work harder than anybody else to get there. And it's because they had that dedication. They put that time in. And what ends up happening to the people with talent is they do eventually hit the wall, but it happens so much later in their career that they don't know how to ask for help like the people who've been asking for help since the beginning. Since the people who've needed to seek that critique from the very get-go. Screen grabbing sword in Discord. Okay. Which Discord is it in? Oh, dang, Pascal, that looks fantastic. I really kind of like the initial sketch out underneath, how you're kind of working from a base design. So a little tiny touch of asymmetry in the hilt, but like so fucking minuscule you'd never notice it. And you've got it, you put it up on stream? All right, I'll put it up on stream, guys. And that's exactly it, is that right here. It's the only thing is I'm like that. I can't tell if it's the angle of the camera or not, but that looks so good. But you got that really nice, like, hand sculpted gem. I really like this, where you can see the pommel. You can see the texture in the wrap. I can see exactly how the handle has been wrapped. The cast, it's got the cast hilt. Broken blade. I know that you're going to take it a little bit further, Pascal, because I know, like, I've seen your work enough times to know just how far you like to take things. Cannot wait to see what that looks like when it's done. Honestly, it goes great for someone who didn't know what they were doing. I would say it goes beyond that. I'd say it's like high quality work from somebody who did know what they were doing. For somebody who doesn't know what they were doing, that's fucking unbelievable. Like, again, that falls back into the unbelievable category because that looks like something a lot of the guys I know that have sculpted produce. Like, that's pretty high quality work. If you casted that in, like, I bet you could cast that as a piece and it would look incredible. I would say, Pascal, if you're worried about the plastic art and it not going floppy, harden it, cast it in resin, and then make it as a solid single piece that you then originally sculpted and then, casted. But I think if you wanted to do that and you're worried about floppiness or anything not holding up, just do a cast. Not something I would say to anybody else, like it's a simple thing. And again, I just want to be super duper clear. I'm saying this like it's just a really easy thing. Oh yeah, just cast and sculpt your own. It's not. It's not. I don't. Everything. The feedback I always provide is always based on a person's skill level. And honestly, casting out of resin is within Pascal's skill set. Whoa. How much effort do you expect me to put in there? As much or as little as you choose. Because I won't be able to tell the difference in the end. How you make the sword.
I'm gonna just bring in a couple touches of my pure-ish white. And then I'm gonna do a glaze of a mid-tone across all of this and re-highlight it
Just to kind of smooth out all my wet blends. I think I'm gonna ask actually, Pascal, do you think my shadows are too dark for ivory? Or do you think that's because I know I tend to keep my shadows too bright, so I've been really trying to be a bit bolder with how dark I'm keeping them. Do you feel that's dark enough, or do you think that I just need to kind of come in and smooth that out a bit? Or do you think I've gone a bit too dark for ivory? Because I know that's typically the one that everybody keeps telling me is they're like, you just need to push your shadows further, Boneless. Like you're too scared to go dark. In the deepest shadows, when you get like right down below, I feel like I could put a glaze in right in here and here, maybe in there. Yeah, I know, but I'm still going to. I'm not going to miss out on the ability to ask if I can. Because, like, painting ivory is really easy, but I just need to get my recipe right. Because what are you going for? Dirty ivory. Dirty ivory that makes you at first glance think potentially flayed skin. I haven't gotten permission to make all the cloaks out of flayed skin, so I'm painting them to look like flayed skin. And then if I get the thumbs up, I'm gonna bring blood stitch, or I'll bring the torn stitching across, and start working in like the areas of red where it's like humans being stitched together. And then, of course, you come in and you do like thin glazes and washes over that, so you get inconsistent patches afterwards. But you know what? Worst case scenario, let's do this. Let's not pressure Pascal on his night out. Let's just come in, let's grab a little bit, nice thin glaze. What's the worst that happens? I don't like it. What's the worst that happens is we don't like it. Best case scenario, it does exactly what it's doing right now, and it smooths all that out, and we end up with a much cleaner result. Rethinking the placements. The farther away from the top, the shades could be a lot less dark. Yes! That's kind of what I'm coming in and glazing out and immediately agreeing with that decision. I can leave the dark, I can leave that color in the hard shadows. That right there is where I'm going to get the hardest shadowing. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Pascal. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I think that's going to be what I need to work this up, or just to kind of see where I'm going. I don't feel like I needed a lot. I feel like I just needed that confirmation of like, when you're thinking something, but you're just not positive, and you're like, I just want to hear somebody tell me what I'm thinking. Six whiskeys in and I can do this? Hell yeah, dude. I mean, again, you're a fucking legend. You're you're a bit of a legend for a reason. Tasting size. I remember when I did the vodka tasting before work the one day. To be fair, my work was hosting the vodka tasting, and we had to learn about vodka. And we didn't know we were supposed to like spit for the tasting. And yeah, they learned the hard way that the cooks probably not the best people to send to the vodka tasting because we got fucking sloshed. Once asked me, how the fuck can you make straight lines when you're painting? Straight lines when you're painting is just practice. Most people can't do it at first. You guys, you want to know, say what I'm practice. It falls back to the exact same thing. A lot of people, most people can't paint straight lines when they start. It's a skill we kind of acquire later on. And then yeah, same thing. If you're like doing tipsy, exactly. So if you're used to having some wine, then that's actually. So we were always taught in university. One of my professors used to say, if you study for a test on any illicit substance, you need to make sure that you take that illicit substance before you take the test. I don't know why they told us to do that, but it was not bad advice. And yeah, honestly, with just that quick glaze, I'm going to do this now as an all over glaze because then I'm going to come in and reapply my ivory highlights. Because now I am very happy with that cloak. What color glaze are you doing? That was a mixture of basic skin tone and ruddy Terra. It was just kind of working in a faded skin orange. Something that has warmth and yeah, just kind of mixing some, just freeballing it, and then coming in really quickly to apply my highlights. So dark. Why are you glazing towards the highlights then? Because I intend on reapplying the highlights here to smooth out the transition. I felt the intermediary tone wasn't enough, and I just have a bad habit of reapplying them over the highlight while I'm doing all of it because it's faster than placing them methodically. And welcome in, Nemesis. Hope you're having an excellent day so far. And also because I just felt they were a little too bright in a couple spots. It's going well. Gotta stay in here. But also, like, this is going for a table. They're like, this is just kind of this is an army piece at the end of the day, so there will be a couple things that are done for, or some of the highlights, obviously, or of course, Pascal, are going to end up getting placed for visual aesthetic, not because it's correct. And throw you a quick shout out, Nemesis, as well. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hope you're having a great day. There we go. I quite like that ivory.
I want to bring it down the folds on a couple of these. Two up here.
That's way, way cleaner. But also, yeah, just want to say really quickly, I actually really appreciate you calling out my bad habit of glazing over my highlights, Pascal, because I know I'm not supposed to, and it's like I don't know why I do it. Because I know I've created an extra step for myself right now that doesn't need to be here. The directional brush stroking, yeah, definitely does help with that too. It's just if this is an army piece, paint more efficient, paint smarter, not dumber. Exactly. Exactly. This is going out for a commission, but it's also at the same time, this is gonna be this is the Manticore rider. So, you know, obviously exactly, man. So it's like it's not the centerpiece of the army, but it's one of the bigger pieces. Um there are a couple more significant pieces still, but there's bigger ones than the Manticore. Oh yeah, there are for yeah. At least I think there are. I mean, I did a bone grind for chaos. Now I gotta think actually, because it's also a Beastman army. It's a Chaos Beastman, or it's a Chaos and Beastman army, because you can take a lot of Beastman units in a Chaos army. So we're doing a custom. I'm doing like a custom Nurgle army very heavy weathering, very heavy rust tones. Like I sent him a few different options of what we could do. And the one he picked was the okay. And then I'm going to quickly wash or hit this with a dry so then I can highlight it. And then we will come through really quickly. Happy I don't do armies because that Manticore looks plenty big. I mean, it is fairly large, but it's also... Oh, hell yeah. Like, it's a fairly big model, but it's also not, like, gigantic or anything. There are much, much larger models in the line. At least, again, like, it's not... The Manticore's not small. By the way, I'm hoping the interview went well. I have thoughts on army painting and even how to approach these centerpieces in IMO. It's less about technique. What do you feel? What do you feel the approach is? Because for me, it's definitely I would say it's a combination of technique and just needing to understand how to place color. Because something that looks good on the like as you and I've talked about, right? Like armies need to look good and cohesive all together, which means you can't have any individual things standing out too much. So even your centerpieces, you can only take them like one or two stages further than you've painted the rest of the models. Dungeons and lasers. Definitely finding canvas and brushes. Those guys followed me on Instagram recently. Pascal is also technique, one of the fastest painters I've seen for display. That's why I find him very interesting to have these conversations with. Honestly, it's one of the reasons why I find Pascal such an interesting person to talk to, because he is one of the only people I know that produces 100-hour models in 10 hours. Yeah. And like the whole thing is like Pascal, I had a reputation, or like I have a bit of a reputation for being a quick painter. And I like that, like so that's why I find it very interesting. We'll talk about it one day when I'm not on my phone and you're at your desk. That makes a lot more sense. Because, yeah, that's definitely... And when you're not, 6 whiskeys deep. But again, I'll say this now, because we've been chatting a bit here about this. If you're not following Pascal Ruse, anybody in the chat here, he is a master painter who genuinely is a super fun guy to hang out with. So make sure you go and give him some love and support. That's what you think. That is what I think. But it was always, yeah, I always found it kind of funny because, like, being a commission painter and things, speed is very important to me. And being able to paint quickly and painting kind of high level, or painting to a relatively high level result in a short period of time is. Wait until SMC. You're just gonna fucking walk up and give me a wedgie or something, you know? Like, fucking nerd. I wasn't at first. I'm gonna add a bit more of the. I'm gonna go to a brighter silver without cleaning up my brush. I'm gonna swap to. Where are you? Metallic game color. Silver. Bright silver. And I'm gonna spit my pouch out because I've had that in for like well over an hour. Spat that into the wrong one. Take that back out of that one. Put that in the correct one. It was like immediately just like, that's not my spitter. I'm so excited to go to the Netherlands. I want to try and see if I can get out to the Van Gogh Museum, or like see if there's. It's like I'm really excited to give a chance to go and check out some museums like outside of SMC. Okay, now I'm going to come back to my stuffs. Dirty old orange. Oh no, I want to make you feel welcome. Don't worry about it. We're showing up about a week. We're showing up several days early, so we can go and check out museums and actually like see stuff that's not SMC. Because the Netherlands is a kind of a cool country, and um, if I can, I'd also like to take a trip to the if I can make it out, I'd like to get to the 101st Airborne Museum. I think there's a memorial to the 101st in Eindhoven as well. Although the American Canadian measurement, everything in the Netherlands should be close by. That's just it, right? Like, for me to just go and visit my stepdad, who lives in the same province as me, it takes 7 hours. It takes me 7 hours. I have to take a ferry, or I have to take a 2-hour ferry just to get to mainland North America, right? Like, especially when you're an islander. Like, 9 hours would not get me out of BC. 3 hours north to south max? Okay. 3 hours north to south doesn't get you top to bottom the island I live on. About 4 here in Denmark. Yeah, so it's about 3.5 hours here to yeet straight from fucking Sook to or you can go from like Sook to Port Hardy in about 3.5, 4 hours, just fucking 120 kilometers an hour the whole way. Um I know I say that I regularly joke about living on a small island, but in North America, it is important to know what classifies as a small island is an island half the size of Ireland. So where I live is 50%. It has about 50% the landmass, or 50% the landmass of Ireland, while we are not even considered a province. So I live southern, did the workshop, 2.5 hours. People said they couldn't because it's too far away. Pascal, I would probably be willing to drive at least 12 hours for one of your seminars. Except guess what? I'm flying 20 hours to attend it. It is a 20 I have to again for reference, I have a layover in Reykjavik on the way. I'm flying 20 hours for that workshop, man. 2.5 hours? So that's not driving. It is when you factor in that it's going to take me 2 hours to get to the airport. I have to travel 2 hours without leaving where I live, just getting to the airport. No, 3. 3, because I'll have to take the ferry as well. We're not leaving. So it's for me, Pascal. We have to do 3 hours just to get to the airport. That's why I'm laughing. That I'm like 2.5 hours. 2 hours to drive to the airport. You still have 10 hours left. I feel like our concept of time is so different on this side of the globe. North Americans think anything within 12 hours is close. It is something I have noticed is that the distance people in North America travel. Okay. I'm going to bring in a bit of a different orange because I'm not happy with the orange tone I have. I'm going to use a bit of Pro Acryl orange, see if that gives me a bit more of the rust that I'm after. I get it. So I'm making Adepticon was not an easy choice to make either. I didn't do Adepticon for obvious reasons that I'd rather not get into on stream. I'm not doing Adepticon for the same reason a lot of us aren't. And I really wanted to go, but the compromise was SMC, and I'm not mad about that. I compromised by getting to go to SMC instead. So, and it's pretty much SMC over Adepticon. Hi, Automod. Yeah, Anyone traveling is meant to put like 2009. What happened, you guys? What happened? Yeah, don't come over. It's honestly like, and again, for me that sucks, Jinx, because like again, like I got a sister that lives in Sacramento, right? Like I have family down in like I have family in California that I can't go and see. You know, it'd be really rad if I could go down and see my nieces and nephews, but like I can't. Yeah, yeah. I mean, again, it's people have their opinions on these things, and for me, it's unfortunate, you know, because I try not to hold ill will towards people, and you know, it's just it's unfortunate. I hate it here. I mean, why? Like, I can understand why, because you're also in a super duper like aren't you're in a really busy area, right? Like, and you don't like being around people, so that kind of makes sense. Where I've said where I live is culturally very similar to Bellingham. Yeah, same Spoon. We all get it. We're all on the same page. It's just you guys are dealing with it. I don't need to remind you about it. I'm certain you guys did not tune into a miniature painting stream to think about it. So that's part of why I'm just trying to move past the topic pretty quickly. Uh, yeah, I'm extroverted, but probably yeah, that's exactly it. Here's me thinking Adepticon proved to be a complete shit show. Bit Oh no, I've actually I just I don't know what happened at Adepticon being a bit of a shit show. Netherlands wants you to adopt you into our ranks. I mean, I don't think my family's been to the Netherlands since 1917. And I will not clarify that statement any further. But I'm pretty sure the last time we were in the Netherlands was in 1917. Hey, Mark. My yeah, no, with that, my great grandpa was 72nd or was Seaforth Highlander. So hi, Squeaks. Where's that coming from? That was fucking loud. Met JT and we became besties. That makes sense. I again, I've never really been, so I don't know why it would be considered to be. I just wanted to go because I wanted to check out like I've been told it's one of the best ones for kind of like networking, meeting other people, and also like it's the one in the U.S. people tend to take super fucking seriously. So if you want to see like really high level painting, apparently, but I don't know. This is just what I've been told. I can't confirm because I haven't actually been. And I just realized that this is actually supposed to be skin showing here. So I'm going to... Hi, Squeaker! Gotta go. No worries, Pascal. I hope you have an amazing evening. I hope your whiskey is delicious. And, yeah, just hope it's a good one. Show me the tech priests. Mark, the tech priests are getting sent back unassembled because I can't figure them out.
I texted the client and just straight up told him, I'm like, hey, dude, I need you to build these. You didn't give me instructions. It's kind of the thing I'm trying to make clear to him. It's like, hey, if you want me to build your stuff, that's totally cool, but you gotta give me the instructions. To be honest, you hope SMC should be careful not to grow too big. Well, maybe then I'll have to start organizing my own con in Canada. Give you all a reason to experience the fantastic bit that is the Great White North. Despite the fact it hasn't snowed where I live in a couple of years. Bit more at the chest. But yeah, I'm gonna be honest, the only reason I even knew about SMC is because I got asked if I was going last year.
Built for the new Lich Priest and Royal Heralds. Bye! But yeah, Mark, I had to tell him, I was like, I can't do a tech priest without instructions. I'm not that...
Like, I feel like that's a fair thing to state. It's like, dude, there's no way I'm doing a tech priest without instructions. 30k tech priests. Flagon was a gem and found the instructions, but then I wasn't able to match them because they were cut
differently.
For reasons that I don't want to state while I'm live.
Hope nobody from GW does anybody here work for GW? Is James Workshop in my stream right now? Because I can show you very quickly why I'm having a hard time figuring out how these ones go together. But yeah, so this is what I was showing you before, where I'm like, it's not cut like the normal sprue is. You do? I'm an official GW representative. Are you actually flagging? You're all under hobby arrest. That's it. It's time to go to hobby jail. James Workshop is... No, because I was going to be like, I could believe that you were like a social media... Honestly, I could believe that you were a social media guy for GW. Your knowledge of the hobby, your knowledge of all of the painters, how friendly you are within the community, the fact you're already a pretty fucking good painter to begin with. There's a lot of things that point to the fact that you could technically. That's fair. And again, not saying it in a negative connotation or anything. It's just like, I mean, in a very positive sense, like based on your knowledge of everything, based on like you knowing so many people, I could absolutely picture you being a GW rep.
Don't make me shove feathers up his ass. Oh, Mark. Mark Mania, you'll like this. We did this a little before you got here, but should be semi-dry now. We got it to look somewhat okay. For what we're working with, I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, absolutely, but it's as good as it's gonna get. Oh, is it kibble time? Is that what you're telling me? Meow, 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 meow. Do you want your kibbles? Do you need your kibbles, Princeling? Yeah? Kibble? Okay, I'll pick. Okay. It's gonna be a Sigurd stream now, guys. Wow. What would you like to say, Sigurd? Tell the audience. Tell them all what you'd like to say. What would you like to say, baby? Okay. Get you some kibbles. And there we go. There we go. We're going to let that dry for a second. Do our test fit. Mimir, that's your brother's kibble. That's not for you. No. Well, I'm going to hit this with a very quick blow dry again, guys. And then we are going to pop back over and get them finished up. I'm going to hit them with wash and get them mounted. And then we will see where we're going to go from there. And there we go. Let's try again. He didn't want those. He just wanted it because his brother was eating. It's understandable. Hey, I get it, but I can't make your brother not a dick. Sorry, buddy.
And actually, I might also take a very quick. I'm gonna hit him with a. Yeah, I'm gonna take a really quick washroom break as well, and then we'll get back to it because it's been about 3 hours and I need to pee. And we're good. Okay. And now. There's a bit of. Not very much left in here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna transfer my soft tone into this. Why? Because for washes, I actually prefer pots. For washes, I actually prefer a paint pot. A couple drops of thinner in there, though. Keep it flowing nicely. Once again, we just have a bottle of Boneless's custom liquid. Here we go. There we go. Ooh. Awesome. Last detail to paint on this guy is a bunch of skulls. Because he's got like 6 skulls on his body. So obviously, again, we can't skip the skulls because we would bring dishonor upon
this stream if we didn't paint the skulls. What we're going to do is we're just going to hit them with a nice little highlight, like such. Kind of relying more on just And so we're going to start painting in on them skulls. And then what I think I'm going to do with them is a little trick I learned from Mr. Pigments. We're going to hit them with a highlight of... Actually, I'm going to grab something I missed really quickly here. I'm going to put the wash over the area I didn't wash. Whoop. And we'll give that a moment to dry. I think they're going to look really good in their, like, gross, sludged up, ironed up, rusted out swamp armor. Then with a bunch of, like, you know, nice ivory cloaks. It's just going to give a really gross but weird contrast. Then because these are Nurgly skulls, we're going to wash them with a green. Seems every path leads me to nowhere. A lot of skulls on this dude. And then I am going to, again, quickly hit him with a blow dry because it's just a bit too wet to work with. And welcome back, Pascal. Okay, there we go. Squeezy, squeezy, welcome in. And quick shout out, easy peasy. Alice in Chains was a really good show. Oh, God. I just dropped a model in my paint water. Thank fuck he's varnished. Just, you'll dry off. It'll dry off. But welcome back, Pascal. How you doing, Easy? You having making sure to get some time away from work, or like At least getting some rest. Nah, just a break. Do your best. Got off a meeting with the manager's boss. Good meeting, bad meeting. Hopefully good. Hopefully it's your manager's boss being like fucking good and bad. If you'd like to share, you're more than welcome to. However, if you want to just not think about work for 10 minutes, like if you want to just not think about work for the 10 minutes, we're not going to do it. We won't talk about it. And with the reload. Ooh, so the Seattle position is becoming more likely. That's rad. Good night, Mrs. Pascal. And then that green just gave us a nice little bit of a separation in those skulls. Oh, look, 2 more skulls I missed. Oh, look, another skull. Okay, let's do a quick once over. Make sure I've got all of them. I think I've got all of them. And lastly, I'm going to use my tiny brush here. A little bit of my bright silver. Got that bit on the leggies. Okay. I'm actually really starting to like how this is looking.
And there we go. Put the silver in, got the skin. I think from here, I'm going to do a quick once more of my wash over the skulls. The fleshy one, not the green one this time. I just got to come through, hit those brassy areas on the back. One more highlight on the skulls. And yeah. But we're gonna do we're gonna glue him down soon. So that way we can actually see what we need to see how he's gonna fit overall, touch any last things up that we might not be seeing due to viewing angles, and start refining things based on viewing angle. Okay. And ad break is about to hit. Sorry about that. It's another local band. This is Bort. There we go. So we'll need to do some highlighting on his chest. Cloak looks great. Skulls. The hand. Honestly, yeah, that gives us a lot to work with here. Just that little highlight on his chest does a lot for us. Then we're going to come along. The fingers. And we'll hit the quick little green wash over that when it dries. In the meantime, I'm popping back over to my ivory for a second. Really just finishing these skulls now. I'm just doing the foreheads. Just that bit of light catching on them.
There we go. Or what are we thinking? I think we need a contrast element. So I'm going to bring in a... I need Emperor Gold here as my brass. And we're just going to get a bit of contrast in a few areas by popping some brass elements in, like this scythe. Grab your little Chaos Star. And there we go. See? And like such, get that little bit across. And lurk. Honestly, I think I need to change my lurk alert. It's always every time it pops up, I'm like, man, that's too harsh. I feel like I need to change that alert. Okay. Touching your brass details on the back. And I'm going to hit his rondels as well with brass. Oh yeah, that's just a word I can use in a sentence. Just gonna paint his rondels. And there we go. All right. Rotate him.
So we can get to the back leg.
And just really quickly, I'm mixing up a quick highlight color for a couple of these things. Okay. I think that's a pretty freaking sweet Chaos Lord on Manticore.
I think I'm gonna bring another highlight in on his chest though. And on the hands before we then come in and do a final wash here. Or a final glaze of a couple colors. Bring some stuff into each other. All right. I'm excited for the fact that I get to send a picture of this to the guy later. I think that white cloak looks really nice. And once we get the final varnish on everything and get it all like pulled together, it's going to be fucking incredible, I think. All right, next up. Bring the strong tone over the hand.
Right over the arm here. All right, I think I'm going to just do a couple little...
I think I need to bring this color down the hood a bit more.
Fuck. Yeah. La, 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 la. Why is my phone buzzing so much? Someone is calling me. I don't fucking care. I just don't care. There we go. Okay. Let's get these last few details. We're getting very into the contrast at the end to kind of fix in a lot of these details for us. Okay. I think that gets us to where we want to be. Actually, no, that's not true. I need to do... Actually, you can see I need to highlight these shoulders. And... Hey, day we run from. But nobody knows it better than you, huh? 1 for the bar tab, 2 for the shine. Let's go to your car, we'll do another line. Barely trust them, they're all puppets. Love is nothing, scared of success. Okay. I think we're gonna call the Manticore pretty good for now. He looks absolutely fucking menacing. I gotta look and see what size base he goes on. $60 by 100. I don't think I have a 60 by 100, do I? I gotta look and see if we got an extra 60 by 100 kicking around. Do do ba ba Yeah, that's we're gonna have to get that rebased, although I do not have the appropriate sized base for it. Hello, Tickage. How are you doing? How you doing today? I'm kind of stoked we've actually finished 2 models today, though. And then I'm just going to clean this base really quickly. And this just ensures that my rank and flake models fit perfectly together. So I actually should go through really quickly across all of them, or the elves at least, and give them a quick once over like that. Then afterwards, it's got that nice smooth base rim. How are they? My mustachio, brochadio. I'm doing great. I'm doing great today. We're just getting some getting through most of this or like we finished we finished the Wood Elf commission entirely today. So that's gone. Or that's ready to ship now. So that's good. That'll be good. I'll get paid. Getting paid is always nice. I like when I get paid. Yeah. I get paid soon, so that's nice. I'm starting on the chaos job. And then yeah, we've just been kind of having a good day, chilling out. I am exactly. Got to get paid somehow. So, I'm in a really good mood today. Tomorrow is the baby step stream. A little less looking forward to that one, but it's okay. It'll be fun. I'm actually considering starting it early and getting through the first bit because I'm like, well, we're caught up on our commissions. But I don't know. We're having fun. I might keep painting because I like painting. But tomorrow tomorrow we're gonna play baby steps and we're gonna finish baby steps. That's going to the client. This gets to go to the client. And then start figuring out kind of what's next for the commission. I've got this is partially built something. I don't know. I think these are Chaos Knights. Okay. This isn't a 60 by 100, is it? That looks like a 40 by 100. Do you know about the about to thrown hands? Had a discussion with to take both height and range or weight? Weight. Your weight will always matter more. At the end of the day, you can be as skilled as you want, but like, I'm a great fighter, but I can't take a heavyweight. It's just there reaches a point where like so mass like force is how do you calculate force? What is the equation for calculating force? That's the first thing you need to know when you're considering it. Force is mass times acceleration. So, you know, you can be skilled, you can have height, you can have range, but like, dude, I'm big and skinny. That gives me an advantage in weight classes. But there's a reason we have weight classes, not height classes. There's no maximum height for a bantamweight. Like I would go down to 135 pounds despite the fact I'm 192 centimeters. Or let me do the conversion on that one. I think it was 68 kilo. I'm pretty sure it's 68 kilo is what I used to cut to. Let me kg or lb to kg. $61. So I used to cut down to 61 kilos. So for the euros in here, at 192 centimeters, I would go down to 61 kilos. So I was off by a bit. I've been saying 68, but no, I would go down to 61 kilo. Okay, so we got a bunch of Chaos Warriors. Let's see what's going on here. So I'm gonna go through what I'm doing right now, guys. For those of you that are wondering, this is a bit of a boring part where I need to then go through a commission and figure out what I have to do fully, so I can then plan out the job a bit here. So we're just gonna hang out as I'm gonna kind of go through, check the model, see what needs to be assembled still. Chaos Warriors go in what size? Blocks of 20? I don't know. I'm actually asking. I don't know what size blocks Chaos Warriors usually go in, but I'm going to assume 20 because there's 20 right there. Jinx. Okay, it's finished. My website is up. Jinx, please throw a link up to that. Dude, guy McBroface at 60 kilogram, that height. That sounds pretty much downright unhealthy. Yeah. There's a reason I can't sustain that weight for more than about an hour and a half. Yeah, no, it's not easy. Thank you for that, Jinxed. You know what? Because we've got the time right now while I'm going over it, who wants to come take a look at Jinxie's website with me? Who wants to go do a quick little art tour? I think we should. I think we do it. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Nice home page, hand-painted miniatures bust and skull-inspired works. Welcome, Skelly friends. I'm thrilled to be a go-to commission artist ready to transform your ideas into breathtaking miniatures, figures, or captivating canvas pieces. Whether you're searching for a one-of-a-kind gift or a standout for your collection, I'm excited to create something just for you. Let's deep dive. Ooh, nice. Nice shop link. One second. Okay.
Oh, here we go. It is the load is a little bit slow right now, but don't forget that Shella is an award-winning piece. Anybody who wants to have an actual award-winning model in their collection, this one won silver in the Squidmar Open standard division. So that is actually an award-winning model. If anybody's looking, and that was a really fun one. I got to hang out a lot during the process for that one too. I learned, like, that was when I got to see kind of how much green you were using. Doomacorn. I mean, I think everybody needs a Doomacorn in their collection, and Laughing Skull's always a good one too. Amazing work. Beauty. Thank you for sharing that. No maximum squad size. Minimum squad size 5, no maximum. The enchantment bust is going to keep me up tonight. Seems to be working better on my computer. Yeah, I'm running stream right now too. So don't worry about that because everything is loading. It's just loading a bit slow. But that's don't stress too much. So okay, what do we got here? Because the next squad is, I think it might be 15 and 15 here because I see a second standard bearer. Oh, wait, I thought did he not have a second standard bearer in here? Yeah, he did. Okay, that's what I thought. We got 2 standard bearers, 2 musicians, so I know that it's going to be 2 squads. Fuck. Me getting caught on stuff. Oh, 1 second. That actually makes sense. He's got it set up for me. Exactly. There's a squad with shields and squads with dual wielding. Meh. So it's 2 squads of 15. That makes more sense. Or is it 2 squads of 16? There might be one more. Okay. I don't know what's in that. The Chaos Chariot. Chaos Knights. You know what? Let's start. I gotta build some stuff for him. Horses. So not the worst, but one of the challenging parts again with commission always is just getting your commissions organized, understanding what you're working with, how you're working. Yeah, all that kind of jazz. But we're gonna start. I got 4 chariots. I got 2 big chariots. He doesn't have his army list, dude. He just gave me a giant pile of models and said, I don't know, 2-3 months. This guy just gives me big boxes of stuff, and I ask him what the time frame he wants it back in is. It's why I'm not really taking much commissions anymore, is because I have a guy that I just do most of my work with. And I find that, you know, I find patronage to be a much easier way of living than trying to figure out clients, figuring out all the other stuffs. But yeah, so it's gonna be 2 squads of 16. Chaos Champion of Chaos. Nah.
We already have. Just 1 second. Okay. You know what? Fuck it. Let's find something to paint. I got 30 chaos, or I got 32 chaos warriors. I've got a bunch of other shit. We'll get sorted. I'm gonna deal with that after stream. I just would rather be painting and doing cool stuff like that. But yeah, you got to consider, Jinx. I'm running OBS as well, so like it's gonna be slower because I have a live instance of my stream, or I have 2 live instances of my stream running. I've got one on my PC so I can watch my Twitch and check in and make sure what's going on with that one. Plus, I have the YouTube VOD open on the TV. Plus, I'm running OBS right now, so like things being a little bit slow. It's just kind of expected. However, I'll test it out again after when I'm not live, and I'll let you know if anything happens or if I'm still running into some of that. Now, obviously, it's 1:40. I got about an hour left today. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paint up a couple of crons that I just have kicking at my desk. These are a buddy of mine's. I've been meaning to do them for a while. And again, it's just one thing that it's like, okay, these are partially painted, halfway done. I just need to take a couple of steps to get them off my desk really quickly. So typically, that's when I want to be doing that kind of stuff, is being like, okay. And there we go. That one already been done that way. This one had already been done that way. Cool. But yeah, asking army lists would probably be a good idea. But the last time I asked him for an army list, he responded with like, I was like, it was a couple months ago. I was gonna reach out to him for an army list, and before I could, he'd sent me a message being like, "Lol, what did I send you again?" And it's like, oh, just followed up with, "Do you have my tech priests?" Yes, I do. And for my buddy's Necrons, he does red, energy. Really easy. Just gonna come through. Find some of those details. Yeah, and there we go. Surprised you guys just resorted to mailing the kits in the box directly to you. You did see that I just had to take this one out of the shrink wrap, right? Flagon, you would not even believe how often that happens. The only reason he doesn't get them mailed to me is because I have to drive, or because I live close enough that I can drive to him to pick stuff up. We're in different cities, but like it only takes me 2 hours to go and see him. Yeah, right as you said that, I think you missed out that I had just taken one of his things out of the shrink wrap on stream. Yeah, that is a regular occurrence for me where I'm getting models. Like for a few of my commissions too, I've actually just straight up had to purchase the models for people because it was easier and cheaper to do it where I got them to pay me or like send me the money to do it or have them order it to my shipping address. Because yeah, it saves them having to buy it, receive it, and then ship it to me. I've done that with Should I Send Spoon? Just have it mailed direct, right? It's the way to do it. I didn't know Spoon does commission for E-Flagging. But that's rad. Oh, he does. Okay. I was like confused by that for a second. I was like, I didn't know Spoon took commissions. But I really like his paint style. It's really good. So like that was more just the confusion being like, oh, I didn't know he offered the service. All right. Next step. Start working with highlight colors. Me and Spoon are on the same page of not wanting to do commission because it adds a level of stress, what's meant to be a distressing activity for us. Honestly, that makes sense. That honestly makes sense. I love doing commissions, but I also have moments where it's like it's definitely times that it's like would rather just be painting whatever I want to paint at that moment. Like it's not usually an issue for me unless I've got like new models, right? If I have my own new models, then commission work starts getting hard for me because I'm like, I don't want to paint your things. I want to paint my things.
Oh god, that's like so many. Even though they're old world scuffs, they aren't the most detailed things in the world. When he said this dude sent me 32 Chaos Warriors, dude, that's like that's really funny because like for me, that's like that's I'm like okay, 32 Chaos Warriors isn't that bad. I think after I did 3,000 points of Night Goblins and then got an additional 1,500 point expansion sent to me, so I had to do 4,500 points of Night Goblins last year. You know, like it was something like I think it was over 300 models just in the whole collection. And like, dude, Night Goblins take 10 minutes to paint. It takes like 10 to 12 minutes to paint a Night Goblin, but it's still. I get 10 dudes into an army and I'm over it. I also my priority, right, is I always try to teach people, at least when I'm teaching my methodology. My method I always teach is trying to get people to understand that you can actually. Where am I going to start with this? You don't want to start with trying to get your models looking perfect. You want to start with getting them playable. So I always try to tell people, like, the best thing you can do when you're learning and when you're just trying to get your art is start by just getting all of your base coats locked in. And a lot of people really struggle to do that. And that's I know it sounds silly and like it's like a nothing burger of advice, but honestly, like that's typically where most people actually get stuck is they sit down, they overpaint one model, it takes them 5 hours. Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it. People like painting the centerpieces, people like doing those ones, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with enjoying that. You've noticed that I start with the centerpieces when I do these pieces when I do them as well. Like I started by painting a manticore. And then it's like, all right, I guess I'll paint all of his Chaos Warriors. There's only one thing I genuinely don't like painting, and it's cavalry, because I find horses and horse units are always just like really awkward sculpts and have a lot of unnecessary detail on them. And no worries. I hope you have a good look, Flagonborn.
Hope everybody's having an excellent day. And we're gonna wrap up pretty quick here because I'm gonna get some reds. Just highlighted. Pull a wash over this guy.
And there we go. Getting a bit more of those highlights placed in.
Okay.
And
As I'm going to keep this right. Set into the gates of Jesus Christ.
there we go. I feel like we already heard this song today.
I'm not mad. I like it a lot, but I'm pretty sure it's already come on in the playlist.
Okay. Okay, give that a second. I'm gonna blow dry that really quickly to get that, make sure it is dry enough. And then I'm going to do a couple final things. Okay. I did that, and you know what? This guy needs some other stuff going on here. This is just not interesting. So let's grab some. Let's grab Emperor's Gold. And give him more interesting shoulder pads.
So when you start getting all exact and algebraic,
And bringing in just something to, again, break some of this up. So quickly with the Emperor's Gold on the shoulder pads. What you can hear, then tell me what you see. Everybody has a different way to view the world. I would like you to know when you see these simple things to appreciate your life. It's not too late to learn. Again, I'm just adding in some areas, not even because it's like supposed to be these colors or anything, but it's just like it needs some color breaks. There we go. That's a lot better.
It is really important to get color breaks in sometimes, guys. Like, it just... your models can just... or else they all sink into each other. You don't end up with...
You don't have enough contrast. Necrons are one of those armies I do actually find it can be hard to get an appropriate level of contrast on, because typically we want to just paint them silver. So my little trick with that is I work in little gold elements. And there we go. Got that little tail bit knocked in. This is starting to look more interesting. Actually, I think I'm going to use the darkness really quickly. If I have that out. If I don't, I'll just grab it really quickly.
But that's been a bit of a fun color to do, like, shitty blacks or, like, quick blacks or off blacks. Is it hiding on me? Come on, darkness. Where are you? Lighted green, ironclad gray, midnight olive.
It's got to still be in here.
There. Got a lot. Don't you guys love when you just cannot find the color you're actually looking for too?
Okay, it's very clearly not in there. All right. Well, guess what? We'll use dark sea blue instead. Cannot find the darkness, so we will grab something similar to it. And let's just grab... Swagga, what's going on? Are you picking up the new Armageddon box? I'm not actually going to be picking up the new box, mostly because I am transitioning away from 40k long term. I still paint it, but playing it is not really that much of interest to me. Plus, my 40k army is Sisters of Battle. So I'm not somebody who just kind of collects for the sake of there's a new box coming out. There's nothing wrong with that. I know lots of people that do that. I just, if it's not my specific faction or my specific armies or for a specific game system that I play, I don't purchase it. However, I'm glad to know that so many people are excited about the launch of the new edition. As, yeah, it's just not, I'm not the target demographic for it right now. Boo, consume. Honestly. Right? But no, it's good. I think lots of people are going to be really happy with it. And again, I'm not opposed to people having fun. I'm not opposed to people getting what they want. If you're excited for a new edition, I'm happy you're getting one. Yeah. I think it's sweet. I mean, I'm stoked also that orcs are getting some new love. They've been getting a lot of love over the last couple editions, but they're a pretty popular faction, so it makes sense. I am actually going to be painting up a Stompa probably in the next month or two. That's one I'm just doing for a friend. He has a Stompa, and I want to paint a Stompa, so I asked him if I could paint his Stompa, and he's like, "Yeah, sure." What do I? He's like, "You're not charging, right?" And I was like, "No." He's like, "Yeah, of course you can paint my Stompa." I don't want to buy a Stompa. I just want to paint one. Give the brush a little rinse rants. I'm going to pop back over to some of the red areas.
Is it a spot that I missed?
Yeah, just kind of fun right now getting to paint a Necron. Honestly, like having a lot of fun with it.
It's a good model.
Now I know you're probably thinking, Boneless, you're pushing that yellow really hard for something that's supposed to read as red, and it's like, yep, I am.
You got to trust the process.
Trust that I know what I'm doing. Okay. I'm gonna give this a quick dry again because we're about to come into a wet step, and I don't want to smudge. So we need to make sure that we've got all those wetlands, everything is dry, so we can come through, do a quick wash, hit some highlights. Okay. Done that. And then we are going to pop over to back to our dark iron. So we're gonna use dark gunmetal. God, I fucking love this song. I became toxic allotted and badly shaded spent fuselages.
And like such, we just sweeping across, reinforcing some of the shadows with a bit of dark metal.
And then we're gonna upside down undersides, some of the metal areas. And there we go. I'm going to take this with one more final hit of the blow dry because I just want to make sure that everything is good. Then we're going to give it a wash. Then we're going to hit it with a quick highlight again, and then it's done. Again, quick air gun to dry it off because I don't want to smudge my paint. I probably use the blow dryer more than like any other painter I know, but I don't know. It's worked this far. I'm going to come into my brownish wash. Or I'm going to come into my flesh tone, but I've also got my Black Templar on hand right now. Bring all the texture in on all the red areas. And then it's over all the metals. Yep, got it over all the red areas. Yep. Make sure you just got them fully coated, because the next step is going to be quick flick, flick, flick. We're going to swap to get a load of water in your brush. Black Templar contrast, bit more water. And let that create that nice oily metal for you. So load up water, bit more water. Water, contrast. There we go. And now we're getting really good lines of definition, really good separation and everything. Really nice looking colors. Water, Black Templar. Heavy coated this on the underside. Okay, one more blow dry because this guy is very, 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 very wet. And then we're gonna slap a couple highlights down really fast, and we're gonna have a fucking Necron. Alrighty, there we go. It's actually looking not bad. Necrons are one of those factions where just getting them to look visually interesting can take a little bit of effort, but we're working. It's working a bit right now. Where is my Flesh Terror red? That is a contrast paint that I need. Should be out, but knowing me, it's not. That's blood for the blood god. Corn red. With blood for the blood god again. I just grabbed the same paint twice. That's Volupus pink. That can work if I cannot find the other one. I cannot find Flesh Terror red, which should be out, but oh, there it is. Hiding. You're hiding. I'm going to take Flesh Terror's red now, and I'm going to apply it directly over all of the areas that are going to be red. Using the depth of color that we've established to kind of influence the reds. And you can even come in with a bit of a start coming through. And just bringing some of this red in. Most definitely evil. And then we're just going to glaze those reds back up with a bit more highlight after the fact. And then I think we're going to rate out pretty soon after this, because I'm kind of just not wanting to keep running back and forth to dry every 5 minutes. So let's do the last step here. We'll dry them off. Actually, we don't even need to dry them for this. We just need to do a little bit of stippling. Let's grab our silver. Where's that hiding on me? Silver, you should be on the desk. We've been using it. There you are. I'm going to stipple some of the bright silver in, re-highlight the reds, and that'll be it. You're going to get your flat round. And this is just bringing some wear and tear into the metal, bringing some highlights in, smoothing everything out a bit for us. There we go.
Here we go.
Here we go. Ha ha ha.
I gotta move that cable because it's making it so my eyes can't focus. And we're gonna get the final highlights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Blade of the sword. Blade of the sword. There we go. Okay. That's about what I'm going to do today. Been painting for about 5 hours. Let's go see who is live, who we can raid into. Thank you, everybody who tuned in today. It's been an awesome stream, and I appreciate all of you. We're going to be back to working on 40K. Sorry, we're going to be back to working on the old world on Monday. Tomorrow, stream will be starting about an hour earlier than usual. And it's probably going to be a long one because we're going to be playing Baby Steps on stream to celebrate hitting 500 followers. So if you want to tune in for that, if you want to watch me get fucking livid, we're going to be doing some Baby Steps. I'm going to take a quick look at who is live. And we're going to go see Small Parts because my Scottish brother is always a good place to wind up. If you don't know Small Parts Sharp Points, he is... I call him that for a reason. You'll see. Welcome, everybody, and I hope you all have an incredible rest of your night. Thank you, everybody. Jinx, I'll catch you later for your stream. And beyond that, everybody, good night.